Why does the Unreal Engine install stay at 100% for 7 months? Get a better hard drive, man. You're gonna have to spend $2,000 to get a new SSD. How much is a 1TB SSD these days? Let's see. If one person wanted to buy a 1TB SSD, what are the prices? No fucking way they're like $200 now. That's fucking crazy. A Samsung 990 Pro is $350? Oh, you've got to go fuck yourself. That's crazy. 2 TB is $537? What? Now check out 32 gigs of RAM. All right. 32 gigabyte DDR5 RAM. What? $600 Canadian pesos. $600, man. What did this price used to be? Like for 32 gigs of RAM, I want to say it was like 250, 250, 300, 250. I feel like RAM was one of the cheaper parts at the time. Take care of your PCs, y'all. Yeah, I should dust mine out, clean it up a little bit. I'm glad I upgraded my PC before all this fucking went to shit. It was 100 when I bought them. Damn. Mid 2025, 32 gigs was like $100. God damn. So Richie keeps a 5070 spare. I haven't hooked it in yet. For all I know, this thing could be bricked and I haven't tested it yet. And my Amazon return window has closed. I'm in danger. Whatever. Kramer, I have to work soon. Can't just sit here and watch the stream. Quit your job. It's pretty simple. I'm just kidding. Ray, don't worry. The VOD will be here if you wanted to watch the VOD. I once had a PC with 32 megabytes of RAM. I think I remember the lowest RAM I remember when I was a kid was probably 512 megabytes of RAM. That was probably what I remember. Like 256 megabytes or 512. I remember that was like fucking cream colored PC, extremely thick, wide cables. You guys remember those? The really wide fucking cables? That shit was crazy. Will I ever make a VR game? No, probably not. Why would I make a VR game? I feel like the VR market is kind of like, I don't know. The unbendable IDE cables? Yeah. What if Meta paid you a lot? No. Good, Jerry. Hey, do you have any advice for imposter syndrome? Always thinking your game is bad and losing motivation to stop working on it. Do I have any advice for imposter syndrome? Hmm. Do I have any advice for imposter syndrome? Well, first off, I think everyone's going to come across imposter syndrome in different ways, and people will overcome it in different ways, right? So, whatever my method might have been, might not necessarily work for you. I think part of the journey of it, though, is it just I feel like it just comes with time where it becomes not as bad. I still have it from time to time, but I think for me, I try not to attach like too much emotion to what I'm working on and try to look at it more objectively and think, why do I feel like my game feels bad? Why do I think it's feeling bad? Why am I losing motivation? Is it something I'm specifically working on? Is it a new skill that I have to learn, that I have to come across? That was a big thing for me. Level design was like a huge like project killer for me for the longest time. So I would look at it from like mentally write it down. Why do you feel like your game is bad? Look into the whys. Okay, you feel like you have a feeling. Why is the feeling there? It's not imposter syndrome? Well, I think it could be. It's part imposter syndrome. At the end of the day, this is an art form. An art form, unfortunately, is so attached to our emotional being that, you know, there'll be something that comes across where you're feeling a certain way about your skills, and then you attach that to the current thing you're working on. The hell? Guys, I think I've gone into some weird section of... Get me out of here! There's a person called Fingerspit. Holy shit, Fingerspit. Yeah, I don't think there's necessarily any advice I could give other than just like write down your feelings about it. Putting things down on paper helps a lot. And don't just say I'm bad at it. Be like, what part am I not good at? How can I improve it? I feel like putting a logical reasoning to things helps a lot with any sort of mental stuff going on. Because a lot of the times it's like an unreasonable feeling. A bullseye? I'll definitely try that. Yeah. And listen, if it's on a basis of like, sometimes you just got to take a little step back as well. Sometimes it's like I like to treat doing game development like working out. You know what I mean? Using your brain for like that long and learning all these new skills and doing all these new things can be extremely tiring. It's like working out your muscles, but in your brain. Sometimes you gotta have a rest. You gotta rest. So sometimes it's just a good base. It's a good time to just, you know, just take a step back. It's fine. Let me do something else. Let me go play Deadlock and maybe consider other life choices. Wahoo! There's dribbling. Game's got a lot in it since I last saw it. It's slowly building up, very, very slowly but surely. But it's just, what the hell was that? Did you guys see that? It looked like a floating truck. Am I crazy? Whatever. Anyways. Yeah, I always think that's a really good thing is to be very purposeful with your brakes. Be very purposeful with your brakes. Don't just step away from the project and then be like, I'll work on it later. Or, I wish hold on, let me reword that. Don't step away from the project and then feel like you need to work on it right now. Why not just step away from it and be like, I'm not working on it today. Just like, you know, be purposeful with time. There's a landmine directly on the... I can't wait to do that to a tester. Just have that fucker blow up on him. Oh, shit. Ground. Chalice. Flashlight. Dinging noise. Send me up. Crank it! Crank it back! Oh, don't crank it forward! Okay, controlling this thing is a bit fucking ass. We need to improve it. Were you ever on Just for Gags, Crim? What do you mean, Wizzy? You need like a spectator spot in the world so they could just record / take footage of dumb shit while people play / test. There should be a spectator mode, that's true. So you could just immediately go into spectator mode. Well, we'll probably do that for testing, because I definitely would love to do that. It's already very improved since I last saw. It's slowly getting there. It's slowly getting there. It is slowly getting there. Tis indeed slowly getting there. Mr. Elliptic, how's it going? Hello, hello. Hey. Hey, yo. Welcome to the stream. I'm not going into a rap. That was... I don't know why I even... Don't... Anyways, thanks for the raid. How's it going? I hope the stream went well. Saw your video about your new game. Excited to see more? Hey, hell yeah. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm excited to work on this more. Kurt, my question, do you ever use a scroll box inside of a retainer box? It looks like it's buggy when I do. Scroll box inside of a retainer box. I feel like I have at one point. What does it look like? Post on Discord. Need to go eat something, catch you later. Hey, bon appetit. Bon appetit, completely understand. Go grab some grub. Some grub. Why does grub sound like it's like worms? It's like why does it sound like grub is like a word for like worms and shit, like slop? Which title did you see though? Guys, the A/B testing is literally doing nothing. I cannot tell who the winner is. They're literally all 33%. There is no clear-cut winner. Yesterday, as a joke, I was like, what if I do different versions. One with a red circle, one with an arrow, and one with nothing. It's literally all 33%. How am I supposed to know which one's the best one? I think the only way to really A/B test is completely different thumbnails. Like, they have to be completely different. I think that's the only way to really determine which one is like a winner from this. When spawning an actor in a streamable world, if the owner... Right, yes, that is another thing. I was going to ask you, Bane, when you had that object that was in there, was it a object that's being spawned in on the construction script or whatnot? Yeah, I don't understand how it does this test. Basically, it will randomly pick from these 3 thumbnails and title combinations. If a person clicks on it, it will then consider what their watch time is. That's literally it. So if you've ever seen a video that you've watched and then suddenly it appears in your recommended again, but it's a completely different title and thumbnail, that's because it gave you a different thing from the A/B test. It's essentially just trying to calculate which one it has the best chance of getting people to click on it and watch your video, and also, yeah. It's interesting, they don't use views as the metric, they use watch time, which I think is actually a lot better because it basically selects which one, like, which one gets the impression, but also at the same time keeps the retention, I guess. I hate it, thanks. You're welcome. Me too. It's a good thing they don't do views, because since they're changing how they calculate them, I don't know why they're making that change, but I guess. Makes less sense to me as titles and thumbnails generate clicks and the content generates watch time. Yes, but the thumbnail and the title implies what the content is. So if someone clicks on a thumbnail and a title and they're like completely misdirected, there's probably a higher chance that the person clicks off of it. As a user myself, I feel like the thumbnail does much more than the titles for clicks. I agree with that, yeah. I have a hard time to see what's shown in thumbnail. My problem is I literally don't know how to structure this thumbnail. If we want to show off 2 separate projects in here, I don't know how to like structure it in a way that, yeah, I don't know how to structure it well. Get up, Dan. Yeah. Very difficult to come up with a thumbnail for this. Maybe it's just my brain. Maybe we just show the new project on the screen. I don't know. Many AI services automate this now. Most YouTubers use those new services. Okay, so as a joke, there's a way for you to get suggestions on a thumbnail, and I was like, all right, I'll fucking see what stupid shit it comes up with. It literally puts the stupidest fucking title thing on it, and then it puts it put a person's face that was not my face on the fucking thing, and it looked a lot like Chris Zukowski or whatever his name is. Is it Chris? Is his first name Chris? I forgot. Chris Zukowski. It put his fucking face on the fucking thing. What are the thumbnail and subset? I released my game. So, from what a lot of people say in the YouTube spaces,
I did.
You don't want to repeat the title in the thumbnail, I guess. I don't know. Vi, thank you for the Prime. I'm running out of witty things to say. Have more Bezos bozo bucks. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to use those Bezos bozo bucks wisely. If they only look at the thumbnail, what does huge success mean? I guess the game was a huge success? Because I guess if they only look at the thumbnail, right. But I feel like you would kind of subconsciously read either this or maybe like look at the thumbnail. Yeah. Also, I love how people are saying, or Wallcroft, you're saying most YouTubers use the new services, use AI services. Most. It's a strong word. Most. How many views did it get? The video? It's got 20K, but it's like weird. It's like it goes up and then it goes down and then it's just so weird. I think it's like the algorithm is like pushing it and then not pushing it and then pushing it, not pushing it. Anyways. Change huge success with 6-figure profits. Oh, and then blur it out. Yeah. Am I using Unreal's built-in replication C++ stuff or something different, some custom? Most of it is Unreal's built-in replication. I'm using a plugin called Smooth Sync for physics objects to kind of more easily sync transforms, so like movement and whatnot, but most of it is all like the built-in replication system. I feel like the text should be centered more. For the thumbnail, I don't know, dude. Coming up with a thumbnail is like, I feel like an endless process. It's like, it's just a bunch of theory crafting in your head. You're like, well, maybe this is the one. Like, maybe this is it. I guess that's the whole point of A/B testing is you just throw some shit together and see what sticks. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. What steps did I take to learn it? I'm still learning it. There's a couple YouTube videos I would recommend that kind of goes into like replication, and like there's a bunch of other posts that I looked into as well to kind of learn a little bit more. But one of the big things I kind of take into account is RPCs, or like custom event calls should be like one-time events that aren't super important. And then variables or rep notifies are very good for like state-based stuff. I prefer very literal titles to things, but clickbait works, I guess. It's so unfortunate that the only way to succeed in this stupid platform is clickbait. Not that this is like clickbait in a way. In a way, it's technically not clickbait because the game was very successful. So it's not like I'm like, oh, the game made $10. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Am I going to be bothering with matchmaking and not, or just peer-to-peer hosting? Probably just peer-to-peer. So doing the client-server model. It says A/B testing, but we clearly see ABC. That's true. Got a point. Got a point there. Yeah, YouTube video stats are going to be so blown out of proportion now, because even accidentally seeing that like preview of a video is going to count as a view. We're going to be seeing Mr. Beast getting billions of views suddenly, all like out of nowhere per video. Character modeling, yeah, character modeling for me is also pretty like a pretty weak skill. The thing with character modeling is it's a lot of organic a lot of organic modeling, whereas a lot of my like background is a lot more hard surface. So that's a bit of a. I wonder how that's going to affect sponsor rates since they usually do by views. I have no idea, but I have a strong feeling sponsors are going to try to use a different metric for that stuff. I have a feeling they're going to start requesting different types of stats, maybe like retention, or yeah, they'll probably start asking for what your retention rate is. Yep, Skyfer. Flexing your money again? What do you mean flexing my money again? What do you mean flexing my money again? Hello? What work are we doing today? I'm glad you asked. It's not going to be me staring at the fucking YouTube thumbnails again. Although, yeah. Sometimes I feel like the algorithm as a viewer is too fast to adapt. Click one to two videos and it's only space videos. Yeah, dude. That I think is really annoying. You click one video and suddenly it's like, oh, hey, you clicked on that one video. Here's 13 more. Slop. It's like, no, what happened? No. Oh. I feel like the algorithm is trying so hard to be like aggressive now in a way that I feel like it's actually going to potentially start deterring viewers. I'll show you anyway, just to scare you. I even use references. Okay, but like, it's not horrible. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not horrible. It looks, you know, like there's obviously things that could be improved here, of course, but it's not like horrible. It's very bad. That's fine. It's very bad. It could be bad to you in your eyes, but it's a start. Right? It's a start. Like from here, just like, okay, just maybe as like a thing to focus on is, okay, try to just focus on the head now. Just focus on the head. Don't even do the rest of the body for now. Just focus on the head. Work on these little elements, the eyes, then do the nose and figure out how to do the mouth. And then you slowly work your way outwards from there, right? It's not bad. Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. It's okay to be critical, but be reasonable, motherfucker. Jeez. It's like the Simpsons dog after the war. For some reason, I see that dog and it reminds me of, what's that YouTube dog that's like... You know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? Bob or something? I forgot his name. It's not like, it's not Bob. It's like a... You guys know what YouTube video I'm talking about? He's like in an airplane. He's like in an airplane and shit. The Dog of Wisdom. Yes, man. Yes. The Dog of Wisdom. I am here again to speak of wisdom. Here I am again in the vents. I'm venting. Why do I hate looking at my character's shadow? What the hell's wrong with him? It's cool to see Twisted Tower doing well. How is it? How is that game? How is it? Since when did we get these sweet underground vents? Yesterday. Yeah, I work. Yeah, I get shit done. A lot of people think I don't. I do. Ah. Help. Help me. Things are going really bad. Hey. Is this a randomly generated? No, this is not the randomly generated one because it has a door. Oh, fuck. The electricity's on the other side. Whatever. I really dig the hand interaction you have for this game. Looks smooth. I think it's one of the like key things of the game that I'm trying to like kind of try to focus on a little bit is the hand interaction. Because I feel like it's fun, so I've been trying to kind of keep that as one of the core things of the game. Oh. Wait, he could burn himself? Uh-oh. Controllers be damned. It is going to be interesting to figure out controller support for this game. Oh no, fuck. Oh, the power's off. I can't use it. Uh-oh. Help. Oh. Get me out of here. And we already passed by it. Whatever, just go back up to full speed. Who cares anymore? Put some spooky horror music. We got to work on a lot of sound design stuff. That's going to be a big key focus at some point. A big sound pass. Sound and music pass. This is too much work for one man. To be fair, this game isn't meant to necessarily be played single player. It can be played single player. I think it's just gonna need more balancing. What's the bad thing about the Rocky Road? Train damage? It'll damage the train every little tick, and then it'll also cause more maintenance tasks to break. Yep. Time to buy some stuff. Again, I don't have the fucking price thing again in here. Time to slam some rats using the sledgehammer. Do they still say I am a rat? Yes. Yes. But now, guess what we can do? We can squish them with our sledgehammer. Yes. Yes, man. Yes, dude. Yeah. Yep. What is this game? I'm confused. That's okay. You'll figure it out soon enough. Can I hit the thing? I don't think I can hit. We should make it so we can damage monsters. Maybe that's the next step of the puzzle. Maybe that's the next step. Boot. I'm handling it through the walls. We gotta get to the front. There's a rocky path. So my only problem with interacting with this is it's a bit janky. So I might want to find a different way of interacting with this thing. We might want a different way of interacting with it. That was about to be really bad. 2x KO's already shutting down? No way. You're lying. They announced it's shutting down in December? No way. Isn't that fucking thing still in alpha? Hello, there's a lot of shit going on in this library, and I just need to turn on the power, please. They really should wander from train car to train car a lot more often. Beach ball. Okay, what was that? There was a shit ton of huge... Uh-oh. Guys. That's not good. Wait, that's not even the back of the train? Oh shit, this doesn't have a fucking thing. Also, why is the screen broken every single time in here? They're just releasing all the characters and saying, fuck it? Conclude at the end of 2026. I don't understand. I don't understand why they didn't just like unlock a lot of the champions like on release. Because dude, how many champions were there that you could play right now? I know they were like releasing them over time, but I just don't think that was the play. Part of the monetization model, I think. Bro, how do you like have this like huge game? I think the fact that they succeeded so well with League is actually, you know what? I think what it is the people that made Riot a success are not working at Riot anymore. And it, clearly, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I think there are people at the top that are making really stupid mistakes just for the purpose of monetization. And the fact League is at the point it's at is... I don't know, dude. What? This is ridiculous. They're just completely, they're just cutting, they're just, the game didn't make a gajillion dollars. We're going to have to cut the wire. That's just kind of sad because it looks like it has so much effort put into the project. Imagine Crim announcing Trainwreck active development end in September 2026. The game didn't make anything, TBH? I don't know. It's a fighting game, and I feel like fighting games are very hard to maintain, I feel like. Will Super High come to console? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Can't afford a PC since it's expensive as hell. Yeah, I know. It's rough these days. I have some of the process done for Xbox, but I need to get in touch to figure out the PlayStation process, and then maybe after the DLC release, I think that would be a good time to get all of the console stuff done, but that would probably be like a next year thing, unfortunately. I only have a PS5. Trust me, I don't want to go through the process until we have both the Sony and Xbox stuff like ready. Trust me. I have some of the Xbox stuff done, but I need to get in touch with PlayStation, but they're a little bit more painful to work with. How am I planning to integrate the DLC on the main game? Would it work like a plugin? It's a separate pack file. So by default, all players will have some of the code, as in like the main menu will have the button there. It'll just be like disabled to start using the roguelike mode. And then all of the content would basically be behind the pack file. So if you have the pack file, it will check that you have the pack file. And if you do, then it will enable the button that's on screen. We did some of the testing for that and it actually works, so it's pretty good. Pack Ds? No, I don't think I will. I think we tested it. I don't know if I have the build for it. So I can show you how that works. Testing builds. Let's see, default. I think it was... Is it this one that has it? I want to say this is the package build that we tested. Nope. It could also be that 0622. Yeah. Oh no, this was the one because we had to completely switch out the pack file name. I remember now. Yeah. So ideally it would be like a grayed out thing in the future. Can't wait next year. Well, it's either one of two things. It releases, hopefully, for PlayStation and Xbox, or hopefully the AI slop bubble explodes and then you can afford a computer. You know what I mean? It really does suck how the barrier of entry of just building a computer for people that don't have a computer for it, like just literally can't build one right now. It sucks so much, dude. It just reinforces my opinion that using the latest rendering features in UE, I don't think is actually that good of an idea because some people might not even be able to access that stuff at all. For like a long time. For a while. It really sucks. I am saving up for a PC though. I think it's good to save up. Like I would say just, you know, save up and wait until hopefully things get cheaper. Hopefully. I don't know. We need some different music. This is great music. However, I think I may fall asleep. I got just the thing. Wait, this might not help. My RAM stick alone is like 900. If you even find us good ones, it's crazy. It's insane. It is insane. It's actually crazy. My only regret is not getting 64 gigs of RAM. I'm so glad when a buddy of mine told me that he got 64 gigs of RAM. It made me at the time I was like upgrading my PC and I was going to get 32 gigs of RAM. I'm so glad I went with 64. Wait, did I go with 64? Yes, I think I did. And that was before everything went to shit. Would I be able to use a keyboard and mouse on PS5 for Super Fire? I can't say yes or no. I have no idea how that works for PS5. I don't know how that works. So hopefully I can let you know in the future. So we got to replicate the sledgehammer stuff. Let's work on that right now. Let's get a rat in here real quick. Rat. I am a rat. Hey, Redley, how's it going? You just plug in your mouse and keyboard into your PS5, but there might be some because I remember there's a console that doesn't allow for mouse cursors, so that's going to be interesting to figure out. I don't know if it was PlayStation or Xbox that doesn't. I would assume Xbox does allow mouse cursors since it's like running on Windows. But PlayStation, I don't know. Can I set this to a sledgehammer and is it going to actually spawn a sledgehammer? Yes. It will indeed spawn a sledgehammer for me. Man laughs at squishing rats. Nice flip. X3. Nice flip. Awesome. Dark slide. You remember that? That motherfucker a pancake? And he's gone. Where'd he go? Wait. All right, so now what we need to do is check if this all works in multiplayer. So that's the next step. I don't think it does. So the rat is taking the sledgehammer with him, apparently. A funny thing, it doesn't even work on the client at all, which is very interesting. It don't even work on the client. That looks so funny, chasing rats with a sledgehammer. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wait, hold on. So hold on. Which part of this is not running on? I wonder if we set this to replicated. Like, I don't understand how this works if it gets called as replicated. God, I gotta make that noise stop happening. And also, for some reason, the crate spams the noises on the client side. Okay, so I don't think the timeline's the problem. I think the problem is the trace isn't being called when a hit occurs. So let's do custom event. Server hit object, reliable. We probably want an input here, which is hit result. Okay. And then we're probably going to want to call this. We'll do instigator here. Hit result is heavy. Don't send it over network. Really? I guess I only need to hit actor. And then I need a impulse. Is hit result really that heavy? So how would you go about replicating that? Target is hit actor, instigator, instigator, impulse, impulse, amount 15. There's no way you need the full struct. That is true. There's a lot of shit in here that I don't really need at all. Fair point, fair point. Fair point, fair point. Oh, hit component. Hit actor, hit component. Needs to be another one, which I believe is it a scene component? It's a primitive component. So the impulse here is being multiplied by 1,000. And this is using get right vector. I think we'll just say fuck it and do this. Is it still going to read the static mesh from this? I think so. let's do this actually. This is gonna take this value. And then this is gonna do this one. Whoa. You're a Sharma? Krim, check out the punching in USMG I'm working on. What you got? Let me see it. Hell yeah. It looks good. If you add a dash at all, you need to make it so you can like run into people with your wheelchair and they fall over and shit. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh shit, I gotta put hit location as well. Oh no. It's a lot of lot of stuff that we gotta do here. I guess it is still better than hit result though. You know what's funny? I think I did use a hit result somewhere. I should probably redo that. I enjoy how Krim makes subtle adjustments. We'll just increase this by 20 billion. Hey, listen, man. You go up and then go down. Am I excited for blueprints to be deprecated in 6.0 onwards? Well, they did say that it would be deprecated way later after 6.0 release, but to be honest, I don't really care for UE6. They'd have to make some really big improvements for me to want to switch to UE6, to be honest. UE 5.6 has felt pretty good. Of course, there's always more optimizations that could be made. But yeah, I can just keep using UE 5.6. Just like how I kept using UE 4.27 for the longest time for Super Hire, even though everybody was on the UE 5 train. Adding objectives in a story progression. Nice, nice. Okay, server hit object damage actor. It's probably going to be on a bunch of other stuff we need to do as well. We need to do a multicast to play sounds and also sparks and various other things as well. However, let's just start with calling the server call, which hopefully works. So, hit actor is this one. Hit component is this one. He's brought back to take down big crime syndicate. They couldn't do it themselves. They brought a man out of retirement. Okay, whatever, dude. Make the instigator just actor, so I don't have to deal with switching shit out. Guys, we're gonna have a little bit of we're gonna be crossing the streams here a little bit. Only one man is capable. John Rollins. Hell yeah, John Rollins. That name is so fucking good though. Princessa. I'm the same for Blender. Been on 3.6 for the longest time. Finally upgraded to 4.5 while everyone is moving to 5.2. Literally, the only reason why I upgrade is because sometimes some of my plugins that I get are just like out of date and I can't even use the old versions. Like AutoRig Pro, for example. That was the only reason. The only reason why I had to upgrade my Blender version was because the latest versions of AutoRig Pro were no longer on the old version of Blender that I had. And I was like, well, I guess I gotta upgrade then. I just don't care about the latest versions of Blender. I really don't care because most of it's just rendering features. I don't care for it. Although that's not true actually. One of the upgrades I did for my Blender was for geometry nodes. There was a node that I needed to get the like array index to add randomization, and for some reason, my version of Blender at the time didn't have it. So I needed to upgrade. So then I can add proper randomization for stuff. So, yeah. I just find it so funny that people just constantly just want to upgrade to the latest thing when it releases. It's like, no, man, don't do that. Wait for your plugins to update. Wait for hot fixes to come out. You don't need to update to the latest and greatest all the time. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're going to be fine. You don't need to upgrade to UE6. No, you don't need to. No. You don't need to upgrade to the latest thing. The only reason you'd want to upgrade to the latest thing is so you can make some shitty clickbait YouTube video to be like, look at the newest features of this. It's like, whatever, man. I only updated 5.5 for Scythe. Good upgrade, though. Good upgrade. Scythe is so good, man. Scythe is so good. Your Bluetooth? I'm still on the old version of Notion. It got so old to the point where it's telling me that my version is out of date. Once you learn how easy it is to animate you with pose search databases, you'll wonder why you ever use state machines. Nah, I'd still use state machines. I love that way of like creating animation systems. I think when you start shoving a bunch of shit at something, it's like, well, I got 5,000 animations that I could choose from. Whatever, man. I just got 6. I got 6, and then the rest are like procedurally generated. The rest are procedural. I want to learn how to just do procedural animation. Not having 5 gajillion poses that you need in a library just to get things to work. Oh, I kind of hate that workflow. It's like, all right, just throw a bunch of shit at it. No! Oh. Haven't you guys seen that one video by the guy that made someone's gonna know. It's easily the best like procedural animation GDC talk in existence. The guy that made the bunny game, the game with the bunny rabbits. Blah, blah, blah. I forgot the name of it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Uncharted. No, that's not it. That's a different game. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Raise your hand. Come on, come on. You know what I'm talking about. The name of the game is on the tip of my tongue. It's I still remember. No, not Rayman. Oh God. It's a bunny game that's like really ruthless and kind of physics based, and you can like break your neck if you do a mismovement. It's called, I think it starts with an S. I don't remember. I bet you if I scroll through my Steam library, I'm just going to see it instantly. Hold on. Overgrowth. There we go. Yes. Yes, Overgrowth, dude. If you've never seen that video, the video of him talking about how he did his animations, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. Procedural animation. Literally, if you search up procedural animation, I'm pretty sure it's the first video. Okay, it's the second video. It's not the first, it's the second. This video is so good. Let me link it. I'm gonna link it. This is the best video. It's so good. I'll link it in YouTube chat too. That's how good it is. Yo, Tay. How's it going? What did I miss? Nothing much. We're just replicating the sledgehammer hits, which now we're about to test actually to see if it actually works. I'm gonna do number of players, pi. Okay, this crate is really annoying. It spams the noises. That's another thing we need to fix today. Today's a fixing day. He's right there. He's literally right there. Do you not see him? He's right. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So he's there, but he's not there. Right. He's physics-based, but we make his mesh physics-based, and because we make his mesh physics-based, that's not a replicated movement. Right. I see. What we could do is when he gets flattened, maybe we set the set component to sync and we set it to the mesh. I don't know if that's a good thing to do. Switching out what is replicated. Don't think that's a good thing to do. But let's do it anyways. Surely nothing will go wrong, right? Ridiculous that I gotta do that every single time. Please hold. I'll hit this soon enough. Hold on, hold on.
I am the rat.
Huh? Okay. Maybe we just leave it as just as a compromise. Maybe we just leave the sphere as the thing. Maybe we just leave it so it's the sphere. So that means we're going to want to do sphere simulate physics. Control rig? I still need to learn control rig. Oh, freak, how's it going? This shit was so different. I had to change 5 different things in the code. Yeah, packaged builds will function a little differently sometimes. Something to consider. Be careful of.
I am the rat.
Yeah, that's true. It's so interesting because we're calling damage on the rat. And they take damage. Oh, you know what? Server rat take damage. Oh wait, the sphere is already simulating, so I don't need to do this. We need to replicate if they get flattened. Oh yeah, C rate. Ooh, wait, no, we don't replicate that. That's just in the damage actor interface. Okay, good. Woo! Phew! I had 250 FPS though, 90 FPS in the editor. At least that made me happy. Hey, hell yeah! Let's pump them numbers down though. Okay, let's add some more shit to the scene. Come on, come on. 250? Come on. You got so much space to do whatever you want. Like, how about like 500 replicated physics actors? Not instanced. 500 cigarettes. Physics-based. Realistic. Packed with nicotine. What engine am I using? This is UE5. I'm assuming Freak is also using UE5, right? I don't use Lumen though? Well, yeah, of course you don't use Lumen. You get 250 FPS. You wouldn't be getting 250 FPS if you were using Lumen. Yeah. As much as I would love to use Lumen in a future project, it's just too, I feel like the quality is not good enough yet. It's just so noisy. It creates such noisy results in certain spaces. Like, sure, if you just make a game where you're just in an exterior 24/7, okay, but once you go into an interior and then like blah blah blah, blah. Okay, so server hit object. Kind of interesting that we can't call damage actor on the client side on the object. Very interesting. Is it because it's not able to call this server call, so it fails doing the rest of the stuff? I wonder if that's the case. Hmm. Let me take a little short break to have my protein bar. I haven't eaten anything. Guys, I weighed myself again. You guys know how last time I told you my weight was like 130? Well, I went on the scale again, and well, for reference, I'm 6'4", or 196 centimeters. And I'm apparently 125 pounds now. I don't know how I lost 5 pounds. Maybe you took a poop? Yeah, I need to eat more food, I think. I can't be right, surely not. I am definitely 130 pounds. At the very least, at 130. I don't know about losing 5 pounds somehow. Maybe I didn't have enough, like, water weight? Need to eat more carbs and proteins? Yeah. You got a sound. 6'5", 6'4". Okay, that was kind of gross. I had a hair in my mouth. Ew. How's the train game going? Any more work done on the rats? We're making it work. We're making it properly replicated. However, not looking so good so far. Have I ever went to a doctor about the appetite thing? No, I haven't. It's just in my family. We have like our appetites are really weird. Unexpected weight loss can be a sign of something serious. I think this is me not eating enough. I think I just need to eat a lot more. The problem is that my partner is dieting, but I need to be bulking. So it's kind of like a hard dynamic. Okay. So the reason why the rat isn't being flattened immediately is probably because when we deal health damage to it, we're only dealing damage on the server side. So when the client receives the values, it doesn't know that the rat is squished. So what we need to do is maybe set a rep notify here to say, hey, the rat has been squished. Or we can use gameplay tags, which might actually be the better idea. Because what if the rat's on fire? Just steal all her food, problem solved. I have the same issue, rarely eat more than twice a day. Trying to force eat makes you feel sick or spit the food back out. I have an appetite problem, and it's like within my whole family where it's like we'll start eating, we'll be hungry, we'll start eating, and then we like can't finish our plates. Like we eat very small portions. That ass talking about squishing rats, I love it. Dude, hell yeah, we are. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna put this fucker on fire too. At some point when we have that working. Let's see here. Let's call this actor states, and then we can give it a gameplay tag container. And then let's make it rep notify. And then let's create a new state in here. Status, neutral, status debuff squished. What's really funny is squished will also be a debuff that players can also receive, because at some point we're going to have in the library random bookcases will actually be monster NPCs, and they will like start shaking and then crush you if you're still underneath them. And then you'll turn into a flat piece of paper going, woo! You'll be walking around looking flat and shit. It's going to be hilarious. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. I can't heckin' wait. It's going to be so awesome. So we're going to add the gameplay tag called squished. And then luckily what we can do is just check here. Has tag. Squished. Guys, such a funny word. Squished. Squished. Now we're going to be able to cook some rats. Real question, can we eat the cooked rat in-game? The plan is yes. Yes. I always get half of our steak too. Dude, listen, even if that was a thing, I would only be able to eat the normal one. Motherfucker, you'd be giving me the normal one. And I would only be eating half of it. I can't eat, like, that's another problem. This is my appetite. I just snack a lot. Because my appetite is kind of like weird. It's like random. It comes in waves. Okay, now the problem is client prediction. Ran over to the screen. Where did the other one go? It works! We can damage other players now. No, we can't. Oh. Why did I have to make damaging? Why did I have to make damage and health client authority? Am I stupid? You ain't training right if you can't eat creme. I would literally eat a raw cow if they stood still for long enough. I just, dude, listen, it's just, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, I don't know what to tell you. I push myself at the gym. I'm not going there to fuck around like these other motherfuckers that look like they're about to take an 8-minute nap in between just doing leg extensions, motherfucker. All right? It's not a chair to fucking sleep in, okay? It's there to lift my fucking legs and feel like my knee is about to pop out of its socket. What's my favorite weapon in Super Hire? The Deagle, 100%. I'm very happy. I would have probably liked to do a bit more work on the Deagle, but I'm very happy with like the posing of the dual wielding Deagles and stuff. I think it's fun. I don't think feeling like your knees are about to pop is good. Listen, man, you just got to go slow enough, but it does feel like I think I need to work on my knee joints a lot more, but the leg extensions, I gotta like, yeah. Good, now do some push-ups. Excuse me? No, please. Okay, so yeah, last time I did legs was yesterday, and I felt like puking. Not a fun day. Okay, so damage actor, because we're stupid and we made this client authority based. All right, fine. For that, I'm taking a water break.
Shit my pants, I did. Mmm. Huh? Mm.
Hey, what did I just join into? I'm getting fucking jacked. No, somebody redeemed points to make me do 5 push-ups. It's ridiculous. Redley, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it, Krim. Get those water calories in you. To be fair, I do need to drink more water. I don't drink all that much water. My daily intake consists of 2 cups of coffee, a bubble tea, and whatever the fuck else is there. Yeah. My cousin went 2 years to the gym and my dad said I look better than him and have a better structure. What was he doing at the gym, man? Jerking off? Jeez. Also, another annoying thing, if you try to grab an NPC, the drag distance is not taken into account. That's probably because we don't have any ownership over this. And we can't take ownership over it because it's an NPC, which is really annoying. Or can we take ownership over it? I don't know, actually. Let's see. See, I think I tried to right here, or I tried to, and I removed it. There must be a specific reason as to why I removed that there. I have no idea. He sucks, I guess. You know, it doesn't work for everyone. Everyone's body works differently, right? So going to the gym is going to work very differently for a lot of people, but... So it kind of works. Kind of. Another 5 push-ups, huh? Huh. Only good thing about him is his shoulders look good. Hey, well, hey, shoulders are good. Shoulders are good. Good shoulders are good. Good. Yeah, it's good. That's good. Was Master talking about Unreal Engine for Fortnite? Moved to UE6? I don't think Unreal Engine for Fortnite moved to UE6 yet. Crim's getting better at faking push-ups. No, I feel like puking. I literally just had my protein bar. We can't see if you're cheating with those push-ups. I'm not cheating. I'm doing the push-ups. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm doing them. Fortnite apparently is on UE6 now. That's some fucking marketing bullshit. I call bullshit. Yeah, I said it. I call bullshit. Okay, well, at least the rat can be squished now. We have to test with a second client, though. In multiplayer, you don't just test on one client. You have to test on 2 and the server. Alright, so everybody get a good look here. Let's get client 1 in here. Client 1, please pick up the sledgehammer. Client 1, please pick up the sledge. Where is it? Oh, the rat pushed it over here. Alright. Okay. Server works, client 1 works, client 2 works. Okay, client 2, you pick up the thing now. Alright, client 2, get in there. Don't fall off. Okay, that seems to work. Okay, client 1, pick up the rat. It's really close up for some reason. The actual distance isn't being replicated. And another really bad thing is client 2 does not see us picking it up. Okay. Haven't been following Chainer recently. I remember the Ronin game. Then you had the Suit for Hire thing. What's this thing you're working on right now? Funny enough, Christopher, I literally just posted a video just recently going through kind of all of that and then starting this project. This is Train Rot. Been working on it for like 8 months, I think, or so. 6 to 8 months. It's a co-op survival horror game, kind of friend slop vibe. I really wanted to use it as a good opportunity to learn multiplayer. So, yeah, basically all of the players are like employees of a train, and they have to keep the train running while surviving from various hazards and the passengers. One of the reasons why I wanted to stick with this and not Ronin is because I want to make Ronin multiplayer or co-op, and I just don't have the skills to do like a action game yet. So I'm kind of running with this for now to hopefully gain some skills towards working on more complex stuff. My PC never has given me before blue screen today. All the time I was getting on it. Did you get blue screened? I don't know if the set ownership is the problem or the fact that this is a pawn and it's being dragged around. It'll be a fun game to play with friends. I hope so. I hope so. It's the goal. That's the goal. We'll see. You're awesome? I don't know if I'd say that. I'm just a guy. You know what I mean? I'm just a guy. Just a normal guy. But I appreciate that. I'm just a dude making games. Anybody could do this. You know what I mean? You could do this if you wanted to. Well, you need a PC, I guess. So when you get a PC. Smaller project to learn those concepts and applying that to Ronin. For sure. That's kind of like a big thing for me. Taking it one step at a time and using like, plus don't get me wrong, this is also a game, like a type of game that I would love to see other people play and stuff like that. And it's just a fun genre. Like, it's like kind of not so serious. And it's mostly just focused on like, how do we make a really fun environment for people to just have a good time in? The host is called the Train Master, while the rest of the players are called Hoggers. Train terms for the train crew? Don't tell me that's an actual term in... that would be awful. Okay, so that's probably why I didn't do the ownership thing for... I'm pretty sure that's a task somewhere in here. Grabbing rats on clients desyncs the smooth sync location. Why is that? Why is that? What if we just set ownership on non-server as well? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the ownership needs to be replicated. See, so the problem is the server can see the rat, but the client does not. Do you guys see the client? Client 2? Client 2 is not receiving the call. Another problem is that the distance of the rat is not replicated as well. It's basically treating it like it's up close over here. It's very possible that we might have to maybe do a multicast call on that. Let me check how the item system works. I want to say the item system is replicating that. Game and server having desync. Yeah, we have a few little issues like that throughout the game for sure. So over here, we only set owner on the server. Okay. The website link showed up. Probably not. Linking in YouTube chat for some reason doesn't work. I have no way of moderating that. I don't know where the button is to change how it gets moderated. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it, unfortunately. So we set the ownership to the instigator. It could just be that we can't do this on a pawn, which is really, really annoying that we can't do this to a pawn. Ah, damn it. Um... Is it the event tick here that's causing issues? Let me try cutting the event tick real quick. That would make it so all of the rats don't move anymore. They don't have any gravity or anything like that. Let's see if we get this down to the bare minimum. Server sees it, client does not. It's not a problem with event tick. Oh, that's unfortunate. Scene component is sphere, right? Okay. Also, funny thing on the rat, when it takes damage, I don't see anything in the damage system that plays the damage effect in here. You guys see that? Damage actor, server rat take damage. The only way it ever plays... Wait, what? Oh, we're not using any of that. Wait, what? The damage effect isn't being used. It's being called in hit. Oh, well, what the fuck? That sucks. Hey, peace out, Christopher. Thanks for dropping by, man. And thank you again. I started working on just a room, not done much level design, to be honest. Hey, nice. It's a good start, dude. It's a good start. It's a start. It's a start. That feeling when you have such a large room that you just have a desk in the middle of the fucking room. Yeah, this is where I work. Come, have a seat. Yeah, my room's too big, so I just kind of put my office table right in the center. Have a seat, any seat. There's like 17 seats. Have a seat. My room's so big I could have a presentation in here if I wanted to. Seats 50 feet away. Said I could do like an escape room sort of game, keeping it small. Ah, okay, okay. I fuck with it. I like it. I like it. Okay. Well, now I know that the damage effect only plays when they're hit. So that means we could probably do some improvements there to kind of make client prediction feel a bit better. However, we still need to figure out the dragging problem. Do we need to multicast the setting the ownership? I heavily doubt that, but for science. For science, let's see. For science. Doesn't make any sense why that would make it work, but let's keep the test to client 1. Doesn't even work properly. Look, it's like the location's desynced. Where is it going? on the server, it's over here now. Dude, I don't know. I think setting ownership of a pawn object just does not work. I have clients be given ownership when they pick something up, and it becomes part of their character inventory assigned to the other players. Get told player 1 is carrying around, and when they drop it, it becomes owned by the server again. So that's kind of what we're doing here, Fist, is we set ownership, because Smooth Sync runs off of ownership. We set the ownership to the instigator, which is handling it. In my other actors, we also then remove ownership back to the server, but use sockets for hand touch. Yeah, so that is a much easier system than this, where it's much more physics based. If I just did a system where you just grab shit with your hands, oh man, this would be so much fucking easier. So much easier. But because we have to do interpolation, because it's physics based and blah 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 blah, you know. Oh. If you set the owner to client 1, the client 2 doesn't see it correctly. Well, Smooth Sync would ideally sync all the locations. The problem is I think it's the fact that it's a pawn. I think there's something in here in the pawn that causes things to be messed up. And I wonder if it's the movement component. Just fake it, Krim. Give it a position matching the player hand for other observers. The thing is, we could do it on tick and grab the owner's location and then, you know, make that the new location. But then we'd be doing an additional thing that Smooth Sync should technically be doing itself, right? With interpolation, extrapolation, all these words. Something I think in here is fighting the... Something in the pawn component is fighting with pawn start fire. This is directly in the pawn. Turn off. Freeze pawn, stop sounds, animations, physics, weapon firing. It's so funny how weapon firing is like built directly into the pawn. It's empty though. Pawn start firing is empty, but still kind of funny. You probably have to tell the pawn to stop broadcasting its position directly. So it doesn't have replicate movement set to enabled. All that stuff is turned off. The only thing that's replicating should be the smooth sync plugin. Replicate movement turned off. Replicates is turned on. That's fine because we need that to be turned on. I think something in C++. A pawn turn off. If get local roll is equal to roll authority, set replicates to true. Is turn off being called somewhere? On rep controller. Well, we're not changing the controller, so that wouldn't make sense. Set replicates to true, but this is only setting the replication, so that's like, as long as it's not the movement replication. Okay, I'm seeing some stuff here that could be problematic. If get local roll is equal to simulated proxy. This could be our problem. This right here could be our problem. Because simulated proxy would be client 2. Technically client 1 I think is also a simulated proxy. So the rat movement is still trying to run. I think UE is trying to still keep the replicated movement running. Yeah, with on the pawn, even though we've told it not to replicate the movement at all. I think that's what's going on. I think that's what's going on. So that's just the defaults. Hi, I'm new to the stream. Don't lie, motherfucker. Is V 1.0 of it releasing anytime today, or is it postponed to a later date, like tomorrow? Mods, get that guy. Strangle him like Homer Simpson style. Or Biden blast him. Biden blast. The problem I have is I don't know when some of this stuff is running. But I can definitely tell that something is overriding all of this. Yeah. I know there's a clear buffer thing, but I don't know if that's going to change anything. Like, apparently you're supposed to use this whenever you switch the owner, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm calling it right here. We're going to see if... we might have to do a multicast for that. Maybe for pawns, clear buffer is very important.
I am the rat.
We're still having the issue where it suddenly appears behind us. We also have this annoying issue where this fucking physics actor... Is it the whole thing where we scale it up? No, what the hell's going on? It's not even hitting anything. Increase that value. It's annoying me. Are we for real? Why is it... why is it... whatever. We're gonna have to fix that. I just followed you on Twitch. Thank you, just a guy. Thank you. Thank you. If you ever want to hear any jams or music, supposedly, allegedly music, Twitch stream always has it. Otherwise, the YouTube stream is kind of nice because it's like you can kind of choose between one or the other if you want to play your own music. Which allegedly I'm playing music, which I'm not. Not playing music, but you can hear music. It's just weird. It's out of nowhere. I don't know. Okay, so... okay, we need to figure out this whole issue about picking up... you have to call this on all unowned actor instances on ownership change. So would I in theory multicast this? It's kind of weird that it's not like this is already... this should be like... execute on all. If I do get player pawn, when we do a multicast, is the multicast... whatever, let's just try this. Hey, peace out, Joseph guy. Have a good one. Have a good one. This should still run. Get owner does not equal get player pawn. I think that should work.
I am the rat.
I don't know. Looks like it's working better. I don't know if it is. Not sure it is. Works fine on the owner, but yep, Sai. What feature are you working on? We have a problem where pawns, client pawns that are trying to pick up other pawns, like for example this rat, we can remove the ownership problem, but then the problem is that the person that's currently carrying the rat, it's really laggy and not fun. So I'm trying to kind of fix that up a little bit, but the problem is setting the owner of a pawn is kind of annoying because I think a pawn is technically, for the most part, server owned because it's an NPC and all. But add remove handler. I'm pretty sure that's replicated. Let me double check that though. Maybe it's not replicated. Maybe we need to replicate the handling. We do. So is the thing carrying the rat a child mesh or the actual actor's house root? The actual actor root, which might be part of the problem. So we are replicating add and remove handler. So that means that set simulate physics. Actually, let me double check. It's setting on the server. Setting it on the server, but maybe it's only setting it on the server. It's not multicasting that we have to simulate physics. Maybe that's the problem. This isn't being run locally? Only running it, or it's not running on other clients. And so they don't know to simulate physics. But then that doesn't explain the desync that we're currently seeing on the server. But let's, hold on, maybe... It could be the problem, but then... If that was a problem, it would work when we grab the rat when they're, like, dead. Let's see, though. Bit of a weird situation. Okay. Well, their physics, they're simulating physics now. We can see that happening. We can see that happening. Is this another leaked gameplay of GTA 6? Holy shit, guys. I just found leaked gameplay of GTA 6. Huh.
I am a rat.
Still though, we do run into that issue now. You can see like it's behind the pawn even though it's not in front.
Rat.
I think Yui distinguishes between owner and role authority. That's I think that's what's going on is in the C++ code I'm seeing a lot of role authority, and I don't think role authority is equal to the owner. And that might be why we're having these issues with the whole pawn system, because I am seeing a bunch of extra stuff in here for the pawn, which is really annoying. We might just have to, God, I don't want to do that because that'd have to happen on tick. Setting the location on tick would not be good. That would be not good. The other alternative is we do the same thing that we do for the player characters. So when the player character ragdolls, we create a separate actor from the pawn. And then whenever a player goes to drag that actor, what they're actually dragging is that hidden attached object. And then the pawn is attached to that object. We might just have to do that with the rat as well. Which makes me wonder if like everything should just run off of that at that point. I don't know. It definitely has something to do with like a function in here that is overriding what we want. The floating pawn movement should not be running on clients. This should only be running on the server. We do have an auto activate here. Maybe we need to turn off the floating pawn movement. Hold on, let's try turning off the floating pawn movement entirely. Which means they shouldn't be moving around. They're hopping around, but that's just because that's their animation in their thing. Someone turn off the crate. Someone please turn off the crate.
I am the rat.
Definitely made it worse. See, here we deactivate the floating pawn movement, and I imagine over here we reactivate it. But we're reactivating it on the client. Even though the only thing that should be calling this is technically just the server. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the floating pawn movement is running on the client as well, when we only want it to run on the server. Where's begin play? I don't think this is... I think there's many other issues here. Still getting some desync from the client to the server. We might have to... man, this is going to take quite a bit of work. We might have to set the owner... to the server, which I would assume is just get player pawn. That should call the server. I think... Don't think so, but it has worked in the past. But I'm sure not meant to. Oh, but then we see that... Ooh, interesting. So we see the desync when we set the owner.
I am the rat. I am the rat. Rat.
This is the same game you were working on before? Yeah, yeah. This might be like a thing that I think I have to figure... We're gonna have to figure out like I think a workaround. Like when a player tries to grab onto a pawn, we should probably just use the ragdoll system that we had. The kind of the attachment point thingy. Player ragdoll. This quite literally is just for making it so we can handle who is grabbing onto an object. Here's the problem with this though. We have to wait for the server to spawn this object before we can start dragging things around. Or alternatively, every NPC that can be dragged already has this spawned on top of them, which kind of sucks as well. But then we still rely on calling the actor. What if you tie the buffer clearing directly to the ownership transition? On-rep owner looks like the function epic exposes for that. I'd have to do that probably in C++, I would imagine, because I don't think we can override on-rep calls in Blueprint, unfortunately. Which is probably what we're going to have to do anyways. Like, that's fine. I think what we might have to do is actually create our own pawn. Yeah, create our own pawn, and we might have to actually go in here and override some stuff, because I think there's something fighting against us using smooth sync on a pawn. And I have a feeling it has something to do with those authority calls. That's what I think. I think it has something to do with those authority calls. Where's on-rep owner? Because that actually could be a good thing to read. Like what's going on. Let me see if I can find it. I'm kind of also looking through all of these different functions to see if there's something that maybe catches my eye. I know we could probably control F on rep. Is on rep owner a actor call? A pawn get net owner. Interesting. Return this. What is this? This means this actor, right? This seems to say, am I reading this correctly? Get local role is equal to role authority if get controller. This is this always forcing it that the owning player is the server or the one that has authority? Here it's reading get controller. What do we set for the instigator? Are we setting the player controller or the player character? We're setting the player character as the instigator. What? Let me try something. Let me try something. Hi, my experience with metahumans. I have some. I don't know why a thing didn't go through. I have some specific questions. I have not really used metahuman all that much. Maybe someone in chat might have used it though. Still a little bit of desync. Still quite a bit of desync. We also have another alternative, which is we just set the location on tick. Not ideal at all. Or maybe there's a better way of doing something on tick. I know there's this send rate. How many times per second to send a network updates? Does that mean it's setting a timer? Can I read SmoothSync, what it's fucking doing? I still have yet to read it. Send rate, sorry. Is send rate get network send interval? Return 1 divided by send rate. Right. Last time state was sent. Huh. It's not running a timer. It's just, I think it's just running this on tick. Tick component. Yep. Just running it on tick. And then it just sends the state or checks if it should send the state. Am I doing the server side cleanup explicitly? So the thing that's really annoying is This works perfectly fine. This is the exact same code. Well, not exact same because this is different. This is technically the exact same code for actors. But I think because pawns have a bunch of authority calls and UE assumes that the ownership should always be to the server, that we can't, I don't think we can safely call set owner here. And then smooth sync is only going to work off of the server, which is really annoying. Now, if I unplug this, if I unplug set owner, okay, things work fine. However, the problem becomes, you guys will see the owner or the client that's grabbing the object, which will get a much laggier response. However, everyone will read from it. See, I'm like moving around and it's like lagging behind. I think it has to be the pawn. Is something in the pawn? Bombard him with push-ups. It has to be something with the pawn. It could be the player controller possession, but player control. It could be player controller possession. Could be. We might just have to do the same thing that we do with the player characters, which is, when they ragdoll, we attach a fake actor to them that we can then drag ourselves, which I don't think we can right now because, most likely because is handleable is probably turned off. Yep. We attach, so for our player characters, to make it so other players can drag them around, what we had to do is spawn an actor called Ragdoll, and then the pawn will then attach themselves to that actor. We might have to do the same thing to the NPCs. Now this is just the server dragging them, so now if we just do the client dragging them, you can see that it works because we just have a fake actor. That's what we set ownership of, because we know that we can set ownership to just singular, simple actors. We might just have to do this fucking... We might just have to do the same thing to the NPCs too. Oh man. Oh man. Unless I could be smart enough to look at the pawn, make our own child of pawn type, and then figure out what it is here that's causing this to fight our code. Autonomous proxy? Yeah, there's some calls for autonomous proxy in here. Or if the getNet mode does not equal standalone, set replicates to true. I wonder if it's this. No, I don't think so. I don't think this is the problem. I love how it has to cast to player controller. This only calls on possession. What if we unpossess? I'm curious. What if we unpossess the pawn when they die? Can we then grab them? Let me see what the difference is like. Let me plug this back in for ownership, and I'm very curious. When the rat is killed, is the result different? I don't know if we unpossess them though. That will have to probably be something we have to do. Goodbye. Hold on. Goodbye. Hold on. Goodbye. Nope, client still doesn't see it. Let me see if maybe, do we unpossess it when they die? Hold on. Server rat take damage. Call rat killed. We don't unpossess. Wait, how do I unpossess? Is it not just unpossess? Maybe this is the problem. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe. 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 Rat. Ow. Wait. No way. Holy shit, it was the player controller. It was the AI controller. It was interfering with one of the calls. Wait. Okay, drop them. Okay, and then pick them back up. And then drop them. And then pick it back up. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, wait. So, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. We have to unpossess the rat every single time it's picked up. And then repossess it with a new controller every time it's released. Could have fixed it 10 minutes ago and I wrote that with the unpossessed. My bad, Julian. My bad. You win this one. You win this one, Julian. All right. You get the put that on the blackboard. Put one, Julian. Can we manually make the... I guess I deserve that. Can we manually turn off the controller? If we turn tick to disabled, it can still receive custom events. Still receive custom events, even if we turn off tick. We can unpossess the controller every time it's picked up, but then we'd have to recreate the controller, which sounds really fucking bad. Hey, it's the YouTuber guy. What do you mean I'm the YouTuber? Don't call me the YouTuber guy. There's a reward cooldown? Yes, there is. Get fucked. Sounds like you've been going through some bullshit. This is day like 7 of me trying to do this again. Uh-oh, I gotta run. I'm not the YouTuber guy. Listen, if one of my videos get 1 million views, then you can call me YouTuber guy, but I feel feel like I'm not. If it was A actor instead of A pawn, it would probably be better since it's a physics prop. The problem is I don't think we can make the rat an A actor because I don't think floating pawn movement works on an actor. I think floating pawn movement only works if it's on a pawn. Or we make our own custom pawn and then we have to do all the stuff that's associated with that. Okay, so it works when the rat is dead. The problem is, can you manually turn off a controller to not receive any calls at all? Oh, I don't know if we could do that. Instead of completely deleting the AI controller, we could just like turn them off for a little bit. Okay, we just need to find out, what is it? Tell the rat to freeze when picked up. I think the problem is there's 257 calls for a controller. I don't know which one of these is gonna be the thing. Also, really funny, it sets the owner to null pointer here. And the player state. Alright, Kermit voice redemption. Kermit the Frog here. How dare you mention YouTube? I'll let you know I stream on Twitch. I am a game developer. Why does that sound like a voice from, like, Simpsons? Can you, is there a node that I can call to, like, I know there's a stop. Are we just gonna have to possess and unpossess a controller? That's fucked up, though. Do we have any sort of... Are we saving any state in the AI, the rat AI controller? I don't think so. I don't think the rat controller has any state-based stuff. No, it doesn't. So... I guess we could just turn it off. I have a feeling it's not the controller itself. It's just the fact that it has a controller. I think that's the problem. It's just the fact that it has any controller at all, and something in here is checking that the controller is valid, and if the controller is valid, then it can't be grabbed. I think that's the problem. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. It's because it's an A pawn. I know it's a pawn, but the problem, like, we know that it now works if it doesn't have a controller assigned to it. Can you just call stop logic on the brain component? The thing is, the brain component is for behavior trees, I believe. What was it called? Brain component? Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is specifically used in relation to behavior trees. Here's the lesson for not writing your own engine. Well, it's just about like understanding which part of this is causing it to cause a desync. All right, well, we know what we can do.
Shit my pants, I did.
We know what we could do. Okay? It's not pretty, but we know that we can just... What we're basically doing is every time the rat is grabbed, we essentially have destroyed their brain. Okay? Oh my god. Ugh. Etc. Thank you for the 64 months. 64. That's a good number. You said owner, it means this player is carrying the rat, then your pawn life cycle interferes with the smooth sync, is under the physics state. Yeah, I just need to know where it's interfering. We know now that it has to do with something with a controller valid call. Somewhere where it's checking it has a controller, and then because of that, it's probably doing something somewhere that disallows us to move it properly. Or smooth sync has an issue with it. You know what I mean? Something in here, like, is it this? Is local controller? Is this the call here? I don't know. Here we have an is controlled call, which returns if the controller is valid. Right? So I think something here is going on. What we're going to do, though, this is stupid, but whatever. All right, so test one works. Weirdly. If the rat is dead. Now we need to check, does this work if the rat is alive? This is like really hacky, and I think in the future it'd be really good to create our own pawn. Guys.
I am the rat. I am the rat. Rat.
Okay, let's test something on this exact tile. Pretty close. Someone turn off this damn crate. Stop it! Stop! All right, so basically what we're doing behind the hood is we are removing his brain temporarily, crushing it into a pulp, and then we're creating a new brain for him when he's released. Well, it works. Oh my god. You know something I should do? I should write a comment for this. Smooth sync will not work properly on clients if a AI controller or player controller currently possesses the pawn. That way I can come back to this if I ever come across this issue again, which I probably will. Oh yeah, I most likely will. 69 is the lucky one? No, 64 because Nintendo 64. Also because it's a power of 2 value. Anyways, let me drink some water. Welcome back, Green. Am I now more than 6 pixels on your screen? On the victory over the rat? It was a bit of a crazy thing, seeing that I do think we could probably go into our pawn without doing all this crazy shit and override this. We just have to find where is it that we're receiving the player controller call. where is it occurring that causes it to desync on all the clients? And then once we can figure that out, we can input our own little variable in here to see, oh, are we being dragged? And that might also work on the players. We might not have to do that whole ragdoll separate actor fuckery stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you look amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I know. Thanks. Thanks. Your Kermit interpretation was so epic it crashed my computer and I had to debug it. Well, wait, how did that happen? You know, Dream, how's the game progress so far? I can see you've done a lot. It's slowly getting there. It's slowly getting there. It's slowly getting there. Let me write a comment on this. Actually, let me write the same comment that we did here. This is not a very good way of doing things, but especially, so the rat is pretty simple in the fact that it does not have a state tree running. That being said, monsters won't be able to be dragged around, or actually that's not true. Maybe they will be able to be dragged around while they're alive. We have some work to do. We got a lot of work to do to really make this game not a big, chunky piece of shit. That's okay, though. We'll get there. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Whoa! Have you tried SmoothSync internal enable SmoothSync? I had an issue with world location as well. Internal enable SmoothSync? I don't know what that is. Internal enable SmoothSync? I have a feeling that's probably a very similar call to this. Hmm. Oh yeah, when it enables, it just calls internal enable. So anytime enable SmoothSync is called, it just calls internal enable SmoothSync. I wonder if should send transform could be modified so that an AI controller owner is treated as a server owned instead of client owned. Hmm. It's marked unreliable. Enable SmoothSync. Well, enable SmoothSync. I don't even think. Is it a replicated? It's not even a replicated function. It does have replicated functions inside of it. Oh, you might be onto something, Redley, with should send transform. Right here. You might be onto something, actually. But is get owning controller reading from the object? Yeah, it is, because controller is get owning controller of the thing that owns the smooth sync component. So we might want to like force this to not read sometimes. Yeah, because owned objects are synced from the controlling client to the server and ultimately all other clients. That might be it. That might be it. That might be it. It could be this. It could be smooth sync then. What's wrong with null pointer? It's not necessarily the null pointer. That's the problem. There's no owning controller, then the object is unowned and synced from the server to all clients. Owned objects are synced from the controlling client to the server, ultimately all other clients. I wonder if we can force this to run, like do an OR, like an OR call. I wonder if it's this. It could be anything, dude. It could literally be anything. It could be something in the pawn causing an issue. Or it could be something with smooth sync causing the issue. This has always been my issue with, like, this has been my issue with smooth sync, is I don't know what it's doing underneath the hood. It works most of the time, but the problem is like I don't know what it's doing under the hood, which is really annoying. That is like something that has always annoyed. That's like a big nuisance of mine when it comes to coding, is not knowing what things are doing. And this is one of those nuisances, is smooth sync. Okay, it works for now. It's doable. It's not ideal that we're unpossessing the controller, which essentially deletes the controller and then recreates the controller. Not ideal. But yeah. Which is why the monsters hate them. I take your soul, and then I give it back to you, but it's not the same soul. It's kind of modified and actually different. Kind of fresh, actually. I flossed it a little bit, gave it a brush its teeth a little bit, you know what I mean? Here you go. Oh, you were saving the state of something? Well, fuck off. It's not there anymore, apparently. Which could be problematic for some of the... It could be problematic for the enemy controllers. Unless we only make it so you can only drag the monsters when they don't have a controller anymore, which is basically when they're dead. Am I using live coding for instant refresh? No. Live coding and hot reloading, I feel like never works for me. So unfortunately, when I do any sort of C++ code, I do have to save everything in the editor, recompile, close, hit the rerun button, which then basically closes the editor and reopens it. I gotta say that is definitely one of the most annoying parts of doing any C++. Gotta be the most annoying thing, for sure. Have I tried AngelScript? I've not tried AngelScript, but I've looked into it. I think it's cool. My only problem is, like, if I run into a big crucial problem deep into AngelScript, I don't know enough C++ to know how to fix problems like that. And they're always like warning people, hey, have an engineer on the team. before using this, which I think is a very good, valid warning. And I think many people would do anyways for anything, but I just don't feel comfortable running a completely different coding thing. I think AngelScript is cool, though. I think it'd be cool to try it out one day. But you need an engine build for AngelScript, don't you? Right? I think that's another thing. Don't you need an engine build to run AngelScript, or is it a plugin? I want to say because of how big it is, it's probably a source version. Am I not into that? I've used one source version for Suit for Hire, and it caused me so many headaches. Random bugs and issues out of nowhere that were not in the engine build, even though I definitely picked up the exact same branch. I had my volume on low and you in the background. I heard anal script. That's exactly what you heard. That's what I said. Anal script. Do something like object pooling with the controllers? That's psychotic, Julian. I just got to find what part of code is making it so that the controller is a required call. I think it has something to do with this the smooth thing called here, though. I think it has something to do with this here. I think it is the should send transform. That seems like a really strong contender for the problem. But hey, figured it out for now. All right, well, let's focus on something else now. Delete these rats. You know what we should fix? Really annoying issue. The crate. What the hell? The crate. It constantly playing noises on a client. Why is that happening? You can write multiplayer stuff in Blueberry too, right? Do you do that? Do you do much of that, or mostly C++? I've only written replication code in Blueprint at the moment. The zoom in eyes are crazy. My favorite feature. Why is it that now it works? Is this frame rate dependent? Don't tell me it's fucking frame rate dependent. I think it is frame rate dependent, because if I have 3 clients, then this thing starts freaking out. And now it's fine! What? Never done multiplayer in UE before? How do you open the 2 windows at the same time? So if you have play as listen server, And then in your advanced settings, you could do a bunch of other stuff in here too, like emulate latency, which is what I would recommend doing. Where am I? Play as listen server, and then you set number of players 2, and then we do it in Pi. It opens up one for the server and then one for the client. Is it making the noise when it's colliding with the fence? I think it's just colliding with the floor. Which is really annoying. And it's this call right here. So for some reason, it's calling normal impulse. It's calling on component hit constantly, even though it's clearly not moving. SmoothSync doesn't bode well with the hit system. Something that's really funny. I don't do it here though. Something that's really funny is on the basketball did not play sound effects. So other clients that are not owning the basketball actually have a larger version of the basketball to play the sounds. But right here, we're having the opposite problem where it's just constantly playing sounds, which is really annoying. Also, funnily enough, this is set to not auto-activate. Does it need to be auto-activated? I don't think so. Calculate object on surface. Are you not freezing the actor objects when they should be resting? They should be resting. See here, start awake. So it's already it is sleeping. Let me try something. Is any rigid body awake? I don't think that's the correct one. Is it? Maybe it is. Interesting. So the server has false because it has ownership over the physics actor. However, the client is reading true, as in it's awake. That's kind of annoying. Can we change that? Because that could be good for us. Where's the threshold system thingy? Or I have a feeling that it's always awake because SmoothSync is constantly updating its transforms. But I wonder if like I don't know if that's necessary. Like, oh, should we set some thresholds? A synced object's position is only sent if its vector position value is off from the last sent position by more than the threshold. So I think this should be like a value of 2. Like, I think a value of 2 would be good. Actor will come to a positional rest if it stops moving by this amount, 0.05. Seems really small. But I think the send position threshold should be a good start. Let's see. Still not sleeping. Let's try maybe 5. Is this 5 units? Is that what I'm understanding? 5? By more than the threshold. Measured in distance units. Gotcha. 5. Seems pretty good. Send rotation threshold. Send scale threshold. Let's just do all of these here. Even though it shouldn't be sending the scale because we don't need to send the scale. Send velocity 5, 5, 5, 5. Oh, received position threshold. Let's do 1. Always update the position of non-owned objects if it has changed, and to use 1 less distance check per frame if you also have position snap threshold at 0. If greater than 0, sync the object position will only update if it is from the target position by more than the threshold. Usually keep this at 0 or really low. At high numbers, it's useful if you're extrapolating into the future and want to stop instantly. I'll have it backtrack to where it is currently is on the server. What is the position snap threshold? I feel like let's just do 1. Let's just do 1 for these. I'm curious. This is going to be our little experimentation period to see if we can get this to work. It's like not moving, man. What do you want from me? Pop! Oh, Cooley. What a berry. I don't know if you guys are saying hi or... Huh? Let's try receive... do 2. 2. Received position threshold. Let's see if that also works. Ideally, what we should see is that it no longer says true for the sleeping, but it actually says false. Motherfucker, dude. Motherfucker, dude. Come on. Come on. I was hoping this would work. Send position threshold. What if we do 10? The scale doesn't matter. We don't even change the scale. So like... I guess all of these thresholds do a bunch of checks, which is not very good. So now it's saying client 1 is false, but the server is true. I hate this a lot. I hate this a lot. How do we make this sleep? Isn't there a wake and sleep threshold? Where is that? Start awake. Where is the thingy? This stuff is why I'm never touching multiplayer. Miss me with the server nonsense. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's you just once in a while, you know, you kind of have to slam your head into the wall a little bit. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine. It just kind of happens. Sometimes. You know, sometimes, yeah. In this case, though, I think this is smooth sync causing it to sleep when we don't want it to, or causing it to not allow it to sleep. Probably because it's like constantly setting the transform, even though we put like a position threshold on it. Stop it. Stop making noise. Crate has a sound and it plays when it does something. It's just that the something includes everything and nothing. The problem is smooth sync technically should not be sending any sort of velocity calls. Let's do this. Send velocity threshold. Let's do 5,000. No. Let's do 1,000. That seems like a pretty good number. We'll see. We'll see. We just need this to go to sleep, and then we can figure out the rest, like when we start moving it, so it actually can move. But we need to see if we can make it sleep. I'm trying to make my head last slightly longer over here. Where's the fun in that? There's no fun there. You gotta listen. Let's do 9,000. I wonder if it is the send velocity threshold. I think it is the send velocity threshold, and the reason why I think that is. You sure there isn't a rat under it? I'm certain. I think it is the velocity, because how else would it play the on component hit calls? You know what I mean? I think that's what it is. Multiplayer is fun though. Multiplayer is really fun. It's fun and frustrating and annoying and fuck me, and you know, but it's fun. It's fun. It's got some fun elements to it. It's got some really fun elements to it. It's good. It's good when it works. It's good. Surely doing proximity voice chat? Yes, yeah, we are. It ain't a friend slop game without VoIP. Hearing your friend get dragged by a monster to the back of the train and then you don't hear their voice anymore. Man, I was really hoping that this shit would work, but these threshold values are not actually, like, working. Which is really annoying. Well. Is it clipping the floor in some way? Maybe by like a tiny smidge? Huh? It can't go back to sleep. Wait, maybe that's the problem. It can't go back to sleep. A higher number will cause the body to sleep sooner.
Guys, how do I make it sleep? It's sleepy time.
How do we how do we make it sleep? How do we make her sleep? Ask it nicely. Please sleep. Please. 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 Gentle music and a cup of milk? Okay. All right. You have my attention. You might make me fall asleep with that. If physics stabilization is enabled. Aha! Ah, I can't enable it in here. Aha! I can't enable it anywhere, actually. Haha. You thought. How do we allow it to sleep again? I swear I had this issue before where I did not understand how to make it so the physics object could sleep. Let me guess. This motherfucker, the sleeping Boolean calls are not even in. What am I missing? Physics object not sleeping. What the fuck kind of... Well, this person's having the issue where it's sleeping randomly. I have the issue where this is just not sleeping at all. Not going back to sleep. That's the weirdest sentence I'm writing into Google. Is it the physics? No. Physical material. Wood. Then in wood. Sleep linear velocity threshold. How low the linear velocity can be before the solver puts the body to sleep. Linear velocity. How low the linear velocity can be before the solver puts the body to sleep. Brother, 500. Try that. Let's give that a try. Come on. Okay, why is the server receiving false? Wait, guys. I'm stupid. I forgot that the print string is not checking if it's awake. It's supposed to be false. It's not supposed to be true. It's supposed to be false. It works. Okay, that might be problematic. That might be a problem. Maybe we just have to set the threshold back to 5. Let's see, also smooth sync. Let me make sure I redo all the... Yeah, it's all set to defaults. Back to the defaults. So now the problem is we can't push it. All right, client 1, go ahead and push it. Okay, that wasn't very good. Is it because it didn't have a physics material assigned to it? No. That's bullshit, because if it doesn't have a physical material assigned to it, it would just do the default, right? That's some fucking bullshit. Client 1 is reading true now, though. Man. Okay, hold on. Linear velocity threshold. We have a threshold in the mesh. Custom sleep threshold multiplier. Let's do 500. Let's see if that... Does that bring false now, though? No. It only works if you do it in the physical material. Okay. That's not very good, I think. Oh, that's a big problem. So we need to find like a good value here where it will also sleep on the client, but still allow us to push it. So let's try 5. Five is not enough. Wait. The client is still reading it as moving around. But Krim, shouldn't only the server do physics simulation? Kind of. But that just ends up resulting in extremely laggy physics for all the clients. So it's kind of a weird middle ground where even a client can have ownership over the object. Wait, now client 1 is reading that it's asleep, even though we can still drag it around. God, this is so fucking stupid and weird. So client 1 says true, it's awake. Then I can't run into it because it no longer, because it's asleep. Oh. Maybe the, hey, hold on. Maybe the crate, no, whatever. Just make this 1.5 or like 2 for now. We need to figure out why the velocity continues to be sent even though it's not going fast enough. Let's do a velocity threshold of 500 for the send velocity. And then let's do send position has to be at least 10. I think that's fine. At least for smooth sync. But that still doesn't really 100% work the way I want it to. Client 1, for example, is still reading true, as in it is awake, even though it is clearly not awake. Look at this thing. It's just asleep. It's fucking floating. That's how asleep it is. It's fucking floating. And now it reads false, and now the client reads it's false. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. What if we started as awake then? False. and client reads. You're pulling my leg. Unreal, you're pulling my leg. You be pulling my leg. Here we have a position lerp speed of 0.6 when we let go. Wait, no. If length is more than 1, if true, set the speed to 0.6? Otherwise 0.93? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. What are these damn position lerp speeds? Here, let's just set it to 0.6 by default. Ah, fuck it, you know? Maybe that'll fix the problem. I'm sick of staring at this crate. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm fucking sick of staring at this stupid ass crate, man. This stupid fucking crate. Who cares? Who gives a shit anymore? Whatever, man. Get on to the next task. Who cares? Put the damn thing back in position. Who cares? Just get out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Let's do something else, man. Let's do something else. I'm getting sick. I'm getting sick. I can feel my throat getting sick. I need water. I'll be right back. Might be because of actor ownership. I don't know. I think it's like maybe SmoothSync is still like sending events, even though it's clearly not moving at all. Even though I like upped the threshold as much as possible. I have no idea. Maybe maybe we want to turn off physics on non-clients. That could be interesting. Because SmoothSync is already calling stuff. I wonder if this needs to be turned off on non-clients. I wonder if that's part of the problem. I wonder. Maybe it's like interfering. If I turn off simulate physics on this, and then I only run simulate physics on. Technically, I only want it to run on the thing that's grabbing it. But let me see here. If we do it like this. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, I wonder if it's because we're simulating physics and SmoothSync is trying to combat against the physics. What the fuck happened there? Wait, oh, it's back. Something's inside of it. It's shaking. I think it does have something to do with the physics. Hold on. So let's call simulate physics only on the instigator. If I do get player controller, I wonder if this is going to get the local controller. Let's only simulate physics on the owning player controller. I wonder if that will call it on the server as well. I don't think it should. Which then means the client should be able to pick this up. Huh. I think now it's completely relying on the send calls. But now I don't know if the hit... Oh, I guess the problem with that is if we don't call simulate physics on locally, we're not going to receive hit events, which means we won't receive sound effects when it impacts things, which is kind of annoying. Man. Man, oh man, oh man. Man, oh man. Man. Man, oh man. Man. All right, whatever. I don't want to look at this crate anymore. Who gives a shit about this stupid crate? Okay, so did we check if this shit works, by the way? Replicate damaging rats. I think that's replicated. Make damaging other players work. Okay, that does not work yet, actually. We need to bring back the sledgehammer. It only works if you damage the server. However, it does not work on the client. Don't ask me why. It's because we did client authority for stuff, and I'm stupid. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. We could damage the server, no problem, because it can run on server. But then when the server tries to damage the client, well, it doesn't work. Wahoo! Wahoo! Is there a hacky way that I could make that happen? Well, if we do a damage call... God, there's so much bullshit in here. It's like not good. What if... Okay. Client deal damage. Oh, but that only deals impulse damage. Oh, what the hell is this? What the hell is this fucking code, man? This sucks. I hate this. Server set health. Health is not replicated. Oh, we should just make health replicated. I can't deal with this anymore. I can't fucking deal with this anymore. I think it's time. We should refactor this. This is driving me fucking crazy. Client authoritative health is stupid. It's a dumb idea. I'll just figure out how to do like proper health interpolation or whatever. Let me try adding a breakpoint. Is this going to tell me which one is receiving the breakpoint? Because if so, then we can just go here, bada bing. Boom. Okay, so this calls. I wish this could see. Oh, yes, it does show. Server spawned. I'm assuming this is the listen server. Okay, hear me out. We're going to do something real stupid. We're going to do something really, really stupid. So here we do a server player took damage, multiplayer took damage. On server. Where do we call client deal damage? We call that in server deal damage. So we have server player took damage, multiplayer took damage, play from start taking damage effect. Okay, so that's just for, that's just an event to play the thing. Then we have server deal damage, damage actor, and then client deal damage, but then that only adds, who fucking wrote this? Okay, hold on. Let's just... Client deal damage locally. This oh shit, we have hit results here. This This is crazy. No, we need to we need to change this. This is like this is ridiculous. Like we need to change this. Needs to be changed. This needs to be changed. Seriously. I'm going fucking crazy. This is horrendous. Okay, so server player took damage. Multiplayer took damage. So does the server need to call? Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. If damage actor Man, fuck this. Make this replicated. Replication condition. Just do owner only. It's fine. Okay, now we're gonna have to do a lot of changes. I can't deal with this anymore. You hit this guy. Okay, remove the breakpoint. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Get back in here. Okay, that still works. But now try the actual real thing. Server deal damage to this guy. You, do it. I bet you he can die. If I hit him enough. Hold on. Wait. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? This guy's he's indestructible. Hitting him right in the side of the head and doesn't even matter. What the hell? This guy's he's unstoppable. Oh right, the server call doesn't even actually deal damage on the server. Oh my god. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I hate how I hate server deal damage. Target is self. Instigator. Put you in there. Nope, wrong one. Instigator. Hit result. Oh, come on. Get in the damn thing. Thank you. Yes, I know there's a hit result being currently replicated. I know. He has 99 HP and 99 defense. This motherfucker is strong. 1 attack, 1 strength, 99 HP, 99 defense. This guy's he's just built as a tank. Aha! An infinite loop, you say? Ah, yes, because server deals damage, which then deals damage, which then deals damage, which then deals damage, which then deals damage. Of course. Of course. Why, of course. That would make sense. Ah! Server set health. Maybe that's all we need to do, actually, is just server set health. No, that's not true. We have to deal damage. Let's do set health. We're going to take this. We're going to minus the health. We're going to do this. We're going to do this properly. Not that I don't know how to do health properly, though. So, what is properly? I don't know. Why are we doing a cast you from the target? I don't know. That's a really good question. Should she use gas and make 7 gameplay effects, 3 abilities, and tons of overhead instead? Yes. Player attributes, 5 million other fucking things. Shit ton of boiler code. It's all the favorite things you had in life. Oh wait, I forgot to put the code in. Whoopsies. Server deal damage. Target. Oh shit. Would be self, I guess. Amount. Instigator. I don't know. Plug it in. I don't think instigator really matters here. I don't think you were even using instigator. Get the instigator out of here. Who cares? Why send the data if the data is not needed? Okay. Alright. Client, deal damage to server. Works. Okay, now server deals damage to client. I think it is actually setting the value, but it's not setting his health bar value. Watch this, he's gonna fall over even though his health bar says green. I don't even know why I'm charging up. This deals full damage all the time. No, don't fall in there. It's not gonna end well for either of us. Okay, I don't... Why is it only the blue changing the color? I haven't done any work on the eyeballs or anything. I've only adjusted a couple of the things here. Where's the event tick in here? Goodbye. We're working on something different right now. I just realized that the ID is hanging from his nipple. He doesn't have nipples. None of our player characters have nipples. 70. 40. 10. Wait, now it works? Oh, client dealing damage to the server. Although, did you guys notice that it's happening twice? The sledgehammer deals 15 damage, but it was dealing 30 damage. So, that's probably because I'm setting the health and doing the server call. I think we have to change the entire health system. Because right now, it's all running, I closed the wrong thing. It's all running locally. We have to change everything to be more so focused on the server setting the health. So. It also does the death call. On is the event to update UI only on the server? I'm wondering if maybe the set health call is causing an interference, but I don't know. We're gonna have to do quite a bit of work for this to work. So the last time I did this, we were able to make it so it's all server side. The only problem is that, like, it makes all the health values and stuff extremely delayed. So I guess what we're gonna have to do is do the death event call. On the server. Wait, we do stuff right here. Fractal, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Anybody with epilepsy, look away from the screen. Don't look at the screen. It's not going to be good. Doesn't UE networking have client prediction built in? Not really. Not really. Hey, thanks, Fractal. Yeah, take care. Have a good one. What are these noises? There's music. What are you talking about? Noises. It's my brain right now. That's what's going on. It's my brain currently. You made noises? I don't know. What noises was I making? What noises were I making? When we call damage actor, it calls server deal damage. It deals with the damage after setting the pawn health, but we should still be getting the pawn health value after the first instance of damage. It should at the very least be reading the next instance of the health. Is it because it's set to owner only? I heavily doubt that's what the problem. Well, let's see. Oh, you know what it is? Damage actor never gets called locally at all, ever. That's what the problem is. It never gets called locally. That's the problem. I think we're gonna have to refactor our entire damage system. For now, let's just do a band-aid fix for now. For now, we're just gonna do a band-aid fix. We're just gonna do a band-aid fix for now. That's what happens when you use blueprints? No, that's what happens when you have a guy who doesn't have enough networking experience and you make him do the networking. That's what happens, motherfucker. It's not because of the blueprint, it's because of me. It's because of the pilot. All right? It's not the Airbus that's the problem. It's the pilot piloting the Airbus. Well, sometimes it could be the Airbus. Who knows? Ah, yes, the Band-Aid fix that makes it to final release. Well, well, maybe. No, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I think having health be the client. Sorry, this was replicated. That's fine. Making the health client authoritative is actually more annoying. A lot more annoying. So we're just gonna have to refactor this whole thing. We're gonna have to refactor the whole thing. Let's make sure that damage still works. We'll test it on the server at least, so it'll at least give us a good indicator if it still works. Okay, so to make it so the sledgehammer can work on the owning client, we have to tell the owning client, hey, deal damage to yourself. Well, for this to work, we have to say, hey, take that. Would we just call, well, we gotta do all of this stuff. Is the hit result required? Oh, it is. Oh, 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 shit. Oh, shit. Well, that's fine. Ugh. I know now not to call this because obviously it just has to send a lot of data. I understand. We don't need the instigator. Instigator don't matter. However, what do matter is impulse. And then apparently damage type doesn't matter either. The C++ design committee welcomes you, First Crimson. Dude, listen, man. Motherfucker, all you motherfuckers are so, like, coding elitist. But show me your game! Show me your game! Show me your game. I'm taking a sip of water. I'll wait. I don't make games? Okay, then. Take a seat. Sit down. And let me work. Okay? Don't worry. I will get into C++ for networking soon enough at some point. But I'm okay with doing stuff in Blueprint right now. All right? All right. All right. Yeah, all right. All right. Yeah. No, not mesh union, motherfucker. Just, yeah, thank you. All right, so we can call client damage actor locally in the sledgehammer directly. Aha. Server hit object damage actor. I'm going to try something. It's going to get pretty messy in here. That's okay. Custom serialization push style rep notifies. There's also the on rep, the way on rep is handled differently in C++ versus Blueprint, which I could see being handy. Wait, we don't even read the... No, whatever. Recommend in the future using RPCs for sending to the server and rep notifies for health. Yeah, right now the health is for some reason client authoritative. So the client basically always has the health value and it's not replicated. That was my thinking at the time was, oh, that'll be easier because then I don't have to deal with like reconciliation or whatever the term is called and whatnot and whatnot. But now basically for me to deal damage, I have to call directly to the client and say, hey, deal damage, rather than the server directly dealing damage to it. It's actually, client authority is actually not easier to code. It just makes things more annoying actually, because 9 times out of 10 it's the server dealing damage to anything. So it's really ass. Okay, let's see if I did this correctly. Okay, let's do client on server first. That works. Okay, server on client. That works. But really stupid. So basically, we need a third client. We need a second client. So essentially, the server is telling the client to deal damage to itself. And that's how that works. So this is client dealing damage to client. That works. Okay, how about the client dealing damage to the other client? That works. This is so stupid. Okay, that works. And this works. Well, if it works, I guess, right? It's stupid, but it works. No, don't worry about it, Miyazaki. It's okay. Honestly, my biggest thing is just, you know, I just kind of want to learn how to do all this stuff myself, right? Like, even smooth sync is kind of like borderline for me. Just because I don't 100% know what it's doing behind the hood. This is client authoritative health now. Each client telling each other to change. Yeah, it's so basically what's happening is client 2. This is client 2 will tell the server, hey, I damaged client 1. Then the server will basically say, hey, client 1, take damage. And then client 1 will take the damage. What would be a lot better is client 2 saying, hey, I'd like to deal damage to client 1. And then the server would just deal damage to client 1. And then the client 1 would do, you know, would receive the events to deal damage to itself. Basically, there's a lot of extra fluffy bullshit going on to run the code locally. But it's okay. Like, it's not okay, but whatever. And then the client 1 has to send damage back to the server, and then the server back to all the other clients. Well, we don't... So, it doesn't need to send the health value to all of the other clients. But it is doing a run on server and multicast call to... a unreliable call, albeit, to show, like, the damage effect. Like them blinking red. So that's what's going on. Flush sound. Damn it. How much security do you want for the networking? That's the thing. I don't care too much about the security, but we should have at least a bare minimum, right? If we have like random lobbies, there should be at least a bare minimum to not make it like... Right now, basically, the way we have it structured, you could just open up shitty cheat engine and set your health to 1,000. You know what I mean? Even some stupid script kiddie could open up cheat engine and set their health to 1,000, and would it actually work? In its current structure. In its current structure, you can do that right now. So, that's a little problematic. You know what I mean? Hey Alexa, set my damage to 9,999. Yeah, literally. So, random lobbies, I think, could get griefed very easily right now. I don't know if we're gonna have random lobbies in. However, I feel like it's kind of an integral thing because there's so many games that I see come out that are co-op games and they get negative reviews because they don't have a lobby search. Because a lot of people might not have a friend to play with or a friend group to play with. So instead they will choose to play with random players. So I do think, taking into account the fact that players will want to play in random lobbies, like Lyric literally doesn't play in a friend group, the streamer. He plays with randoms. So I do think we should at least have the bare minimum to make it so random lobbies aren't so bad. But I don't understand why is this less delayed than server authoritative if it still goes through the server? I don't know if it's necessarily less delayed. I think there's just more back and forth. Because when you run on server and we set health from the server, the run on server will immediately set the health, whereas instead the server then has to call to the client to do the thing that they have to do, which is setting health. Said server authoritative is more delayed before. It's not more delayed, it just seems more delayed to the client. But either way, I think it's still delayed anyways, because when they get hit by a sledgehammer, it's still gonna be delayed. Yeah, anyways, improvements that we need to make for sure. I think for playtesting it's fine because I'm not too worried about that. I think the biggest problem more so is making the game feel fun, and then we can kind of start to figure out the other things with it, but yeah. Grim, any genuine advice on level design since you struggled with it? You come up with tools or use tools that can help you streamline the process and removes as much friction as you can. So then that way the only limitation is your experience or knowledge with level design. For example, Scythe is really helpful for kind of making that seem a little bit easier. Another thing is blockout. Blockout. I still struggle with making scenes look interesting though. Like, it's still something I struggle with quite a bit. So resetting the speed is really janky because I'm like dragging down, but it's not dragging down because I use the scroll wheel. So we need to improve this speed lever a little bit. How could this be done better? We'd have to lock the screen, I think. It'd be a very different way of controlling things. Trying to streamline this. Like, we'd lock the camera. I think we'd have to lock the camera. We might have to do some debugging for that, I think. I think, like, what I might have to do is come up with a way to show, like, a little debug way of seeing where the desired position is. Because seeing just the hand is not enough. Isn't the wonky control part of it? It is, but I feel like this one's a bit like really wonky. It definitely is part of the charm, I guess, but I think there's a good healthy medium between wonky and annoying. Okay, why the power keep going out? You could make it sticky so it's even hard to move correctly. Oh my god. Well, the problem's bad, let's make it worse. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry. It's been 4 hours and a half. I don't even know what we got done today. Bunch of, like, I think we just, like, fixed a bunch of things. I think it was mostly just a fixing day, kind of cleaning things up, which I think is good to do. This works. Replicate impact sound effects / VFX. That, I think, is not done yet. But we'll get there. I gotta eat. I'm hungry. I gotta get my cals in. Gotta get my calories. I'm not talking about calzones. I gotta get my calories. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Thanks for being cool. Thanks for being you. And being cool. And you and cool. I'll see you guys. Where's my phone? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I got a bunch of shit I need to do still. But yeah, have a great day. Thanks for dropping by. Check out the YouTube. Check out the Steam page. Wishlist the game on Steam now because it's on Steam. Yeah, I got that. I got it. I didn't forget. Okay, see you tomorrow.